Good morning, everybody in person and online. Good morning. Y'all act like y'all ain't go to church with your big mamas. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Detravius Butler. I'm in a hustle class of '08. This is a great panel for me because everybody on this panel is from my class, even if it's just on paper. Um, that's an inside joke. Y'all get it later. My name is Detravius Butler. Again, I'm the founder of the Butler Law Firm. I have an excellent panel. They're going to introduce themselves. We can start with this fine young gentleman right here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damarr Butler, 2008 graduate of the Hustle Section 3 for anybody here out in the virtual world. My practice area is employee benefits, and we'll discuss kind of like the tech aspect of that later. But I'm an associate at Jones Day, been doing employee benefits my entire career.
I'm Seyi Iwarere. I am also a Hustle '08 grad, and I am from Section 1. I almost said Section 2. I don't know why. But I work at the company Block, which owns the brands Cash App and Square. I'm regulatory counsel, focused really on payments regulation.
Thank you. Fabrice Coles, also class of 2008 from the Hustle, also Section 1, the best section, of course. But such a pleasure to be here. Senior Global Public Policy Manager at PayPal, focused primarily on AI privacy policy and regulatory change management policy. And looking forward to a great discussion today. Thank you so much for having me.
Hi all, my name is Lauren Pruitt. I'm the class of 2009, even though '08 tries to claim me here and there.
Be embraced.
I'm Section 2. I'm currently senior counsel at the Hershey company, running all of the U.S. commercials, so all the ads, marketing, all things related to selling products, as well as the global ESG teams. So excited to have the conversation.
All right, we're going to get this started. We're going to have, 15 minutes for the end for questions? We got time, okay. All right, so we're going to start with the first question for the lovely panel. Oh, I'm Section 2, which is the best section. I know it's always a debate. It's a debate with Section 2. Yeah. All right, so the panel, how did you end up in the legal areas involving technology issues? So call someone or y'all going?
So I'll go first. It's kind of like what I alluded to. I'm not necessarily a tech lawyer, but given like what tech encompasses these days, everybody's a tech lawyer, whether you claim it or not. I'm a benefits, retirement, health and welfare plan type of guy, and I give a quick shout out to Professor Worthy. When I was in law school, when we were thinking about areas to go in, one of the things she preached to us was do something that people don't like, people perceive hard, or it's not a lot of us in there. At that point in time, I didn't know like what field that was going to be for me. So when I in the benefits world, all the dots kind of connected, and as I said, I've been in the benefits world my entire legal career, and kind of like high level how tech issues across my field in dealing with retirement plans and health plans. You have thousands of participants in there. They have data, and data can be used for good things. Data can be used for bad things. So there are laws that govern how that data can and cannot be used. I mean, everything hasn't been covered yet, so it's still kind of evolving landscape. And then from the AI standpoint, you have like claims administration, financial advice, and all those things have to be regulated too. And kind of like a big thing in my world is what you call like fiduciary liability. And a lot of times like determination whether someone's a fiduciary is whether or not they're dealing with planned assets. I won't bore you with boring benefit stuff, but definitely I can bore you if you want. You can see me after. I'll bore you to death about some benefits issues. But so that's kind of my day-to-day tech issues.
I like to say I'm an accidental kind of like tech lawyer because getting into the field was really the product of the financial crisis because we graduated during that. So I went to big law and I was doing litigation. It was foreclosure litigation, which I did not love because it was, kicking people out of their homes. So we did, though, have to represent some of the large banks in consent orders they had with some federal regulators. So that was kind of like compliance. And I was like, I like this. I like, helping companies comply so that, consumers are protected. So somebody said, you should get into consumer bank regulatory. I didn't know what that was. But then 2010 Dodd-Frank happened in Title 10, which resulted in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which, has been in the news a lot. So that kind of like got me into the space. And then I started doing a lot kind of with all consumer banking kind of products except mortgages, because when Dodd-Frank happened, the mortgage rules got kind of more expansive. So I was taught you kind of do mortgages or everything else. So any kind of consumer financial product that you use every day, credit cards, debit cards, payments like mobile wallets, etc. So I started doing that. And then that really sort of ended up morphing into doing more of the payments focus, which is representing companies like Block that I work for now, that offer like payment services, like, you cash app somebody, you use your online banking, all of that. So I think for me, I'm much more energized by the regulation and the fact that it's such a innovative and fast-paced area, and getting to like figure out how do we stay compliant in this space where we're trying to innovate. So that's kind of like how I ended up there.
So for me, it was unintentional. When I left the hustle, I ended up on Capitol Hill, and I spent about a decade up there. And my entry into technology kind of started there, working with a lot of different technology firms on kind of economic issues. I worked economic issues primarily, up until the time when I ended up as the executive director of the Black Caucus. And my issue set kind of broadened significantly. Worked with a lot of technology firms in that role, but really started working on AI there with the Black Caucus. There was an issue we had with a technology firm, and, kind of working on that topic, it led me to be way more interested in AI and what it might mean in our society. After I left Capitol Hill, I did some more work on that, working for banks, and understanding how AI works in the financial industry. And, when I got to PayPal, a great competitor of Square, Block, I deepened that just even more and started getting way more granular and way more focused on things like AI, privacy, just because of the nature of the business and some of the things that have happened since I walked in the door. So I advised the company on, like I said, regulatory change management issues related to AI, privacy, and kind of looking around the world and discussing with product managers, folks in the business, risk managers, legal, in a collaborative way, trying to assess the direction of travel so that we can kind of teach to that test and, build the products, with an eye towards where things are headed, so that, we can achieve our business objectives while also, keeping compliance in mind. And so, it was kind of a circuitous route for me. If you told me when I was sitting in this room as a student, that I would be doing kind of technology law related items, I would have absolutely laughed at you. I was primarily interested in financial services issues, but I think it's a good example of the fact that I think, Damarr, you were saying, technology just kind of creeps into everything, and especially in the financial services space. So that's how I ended up doing it, and really glad that I fell into it. Really dynamic space, lots going on, lots to keep you on your toes, and just kind of fun in its own way, and obviously topical. So that's part of why I enjoy what I do, and just looking forward to diving deep on that today.
So my journey to tech was actually a little more purposeful. I actually started out as a tech transaction attorney. So I knew I have like a science background. I knew I wanted to be in IP, but did not want to prosecute patents. And that's like all that I knew coming out of school. So I ended up in-house. I went to a big firm, and then I clerked. And then one of the clients asked me to come in-house. And then it was this little AI company that was using NLP, natural language processing, to read medical records, and it got acquired by 3M. And so I ended up being in-house, young, way too young in retrospect, for 3M's AI team. And this was like before ChatGPT, before all of the tools that you all use now. And it was awesome. I spent 5 years with them but ultimately decided that Minneapolis was not for me. And so I decided I was going to stay in the DC area. But then went to Danone, which was focused more on like bigger consumer products. I decided I wanted to broaden a little bit, but all of that data and all of those privacy issues followed me into this larger consumer space. I was surprised in how much actually it impacts the day-to-day of just consumer law and rights and advocacy and all of those things. In the consumer space now, particularly in like products for at large, it manifests in marketing, right? So my marketing teams want to know everything about you so that they can target you with ads that are specific to the things that you like. So all of that stuff from AI just came right with me into Danone, and now I'm at the Hershey company. And so every time you log on to Hershey's.com to get something, if you were here in person, there's some candy here. But every time you log on, like we store all of that information, and every time we contract with Fabrice and we contract with Seyi for PayPal and for Square, we store all that data, and we have to work with them to make sure that we do that in a compliant way. But all of that is so that we can track what you like, figure out what we can use your data for, what you're comfortable with us using your data for, and how we can target you to give you the products that are specific to your needs. So that's my tech journey as of today. We'll see where it goes from here.
Good. So you all know that technology is moving rapidly, right? So what type of compliance, legal issues that you see in your company's day to day as it involves tech?
I can start that one. So one big area that's always in the news is scams. Scams are kind of an interesting area because we've all kind of heard or seen something about them. You get this weird email or this weird text message from, something that may look like PayPal, but it's actually not. Unfortunately, it is an area where fraudsters are able to make a lot of money. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, especially when you're talking about payments like person-to-person payments with Cash App, for example. And the law has not quite caught up to the innovation. So you all probably had like a situation where, you look at your like debit card statement, your bank statement, or maybe even your Cash App statement, and you see that there was an unauthorized transaction, something you don't even know how it happened. Somebody hacked into your account. Well, there's a Regulation E, or the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, that covers that. But part of one of the limits of that is that it does not clearly cover anything that you actually authorize. So if you get involved in a scam, like a puppy scam, a romance scam, anything like that, and you give somebody the money under false pretenses, the law hasn't quite, caught up to that. So there's a lot that's being done in the industry to address that. So a lot of it's customer education. We also use AI to kind of show different like models to sort of predict when there is a scam. Cash App actually introduced like a white paper that addressed that. But I think, and then we talk a lot with our regulators. As a money services business, we also are regulated under the Bank Secrecy Act or the Anti-Money Laundering. So you have to basically prevent people from using the platform to launder money. So there are also tools under that. But it definitely is something that is ongoing. And I have actually sat in at a few briefings with federal regulators. One of the things that they say with the industry is that, the scammers are always a couple steps ahead. So it is definitely, again, an ongoing thing that is both a regulatory question and then also a business question as to how you still protect consumers where there are gaps in the regulation.
Great answer. I think I'll take a different kind of side of that and just talk about how the company itself is thinking about technology as a competitive advantage. It's an arms race. My company competes with Seyi's, right? And several others in the payment space, increasingly more crowded, it feels like, almost by the day. In order to stay ahead, you have to constantly reinvest your earnings in technological capacity, to just do the basics, everything from marketing to, like Seyi was talking about, fraud detection, so many different use cases within our business of these technologies. If we weren't just as a baseline deploying and investing in those things, then we wouldn't be able to really sustain our competitive advantage in the marketplace. It's almost standard now. And, there are a lot of folks across different industries who like to call themselves tech firms. If you listen to CEOs in financial services, a lot of financial services CEOs will call themselves tech CEOs, even though they're clearly CEOs of 150-year-old banks, right? But they're like, I'm a tech CEO. And it's like, there's something there. They're talking their book a bit. They want to, talk to their new troops, get them in the door, right? We're tech forward, blah, 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 blah. But there's some truth to what they're saying, right? If you're not keeping ahead of these trends, if you're not focused on things like AI, privacy, cybersecurity, more and more really soon, quantum security, if you're not focused on these topics, you will be falling behind and your troops will leave. They'll go to competitors, okay? You won't be able to have kind of cutting edge products that are created in a cost efficient manner that can scale, that you can, go out there and touch your customers with. So I think, the business has to keep those things at the forefront of their minds. And so as a result, if you're advising them, you have to keep that at the forefront of yours because, they can't compete without being able to efficiently develop and deploy these tools. And, they won't be able to actually do that if they don't do it in a compliant fashion to begin with and keep these things in mind from the outset. Security by design, privacy by design, AI governance by design. If you keep these things in mind, then you're going to be able to profitably invest in technological innovation and, do your level best in the marketplace. But without that, you're in real trouble. And so, I think I just try and keep the business's objectives in mind as I follow the developments in global capitals and, kind of give them the direction of the travel and where the puck is going to, so that the people who are innovating inside of the company are, taking that with them on their journey as they design and develop things, because it's just important to have those things in mind up front.
Yeah, so one of the things that's been interesting, I think the two big things on the consumer side are privacy and AI, right? Those are the places in which I spend the most time playing. And from an ESG perspective, the disparity of infrastructure across the world has become this increasing issue that we have to address, right? So we have cocoa farms, obviously, in West Africa, but being able to get the consent that we need from our farmers to transport their data across international lines to get to the U.S. where we can take a look at, are we meeting all of our sustainability goals? Are we in line with the Paris Accord? Have we met all of the targets that we have said to you all as consumers and as shareholders we are going to meet, right? All of that requires their personal data and their consent. So you have a barrier of language, you've got a barrier of education, you have a barrier of infrastructure, you've got all of these transnational laws that regulate how we can use their data and how we can even transport it, right? And then once we get it, what can we do with it and how long can we even keep it? So that has been a really interesting emerging issue that I'll be honest with you is an ongoing challenge in the United States, because we're at such an advantage from an infrastructure perspective, but honestly, globally at a disadvantage from a legal perspective. So there is no federal privacy law, which is hugely problematic because every state has its own privacy law and every single one of them is different. And that is a lot to navigate, right? So those day-to-day issues and then trying to leverage AI to create internal tools that let us use people's data from California differently than we use people's data from Idaho, different than we use people's data from Nebraska, different than we use Brazilian farmer data. It's been a lot to try to tackle. So that's kind of the big emergent thing for me in my practice every day.
Yeah, and I just add another real-time example of kind of along the line of what Lauren talked about from the retirement plan space. So say, for instance, you have a company based in Florida with seven locations throughout the U.S., some international shops too. They have a health plan, they have retirement plans, and say they have, 50,000 employees in those plans, and then also they maybe have another 10,000 that are retired. These employees and retirees are located throughout the country, in some case international. And then, the lack of a federal privacy law, okay, how do we treat this data? We have 50,000 people in this plan, and, they're in all 50 states and some of the territories and some of the country. I mean, that's not necessarily a definitive answer now, but that's some of kind of like the real-time examples companies are dealing with in the retirement space.
Okay. And you all have touched either directly or indirectly on fraud, right? Without getting fired. Can you explain what your companies are doing to be at the forefront of detecting fraud, and also what can consumers do to protect themselves from the consumer end when interacting with your company?
Yeah, so I touched on it a little bit before, but technology is definitely a way of addressing fraud, different models like AI, that sort of thing. Like I mentioned, Cash App has like a white paper out there that addresses what they're covering when it comes to scams. And then also, I mean, as I mentioned, as a money services business, we are bound by the Bank Secrecy Act, AML kind of regulation. So there are a lot of requirements around knowing our customers that we have to have. We also need to monitor transactions as well. So that's kind of also baked into the law. So I think it's a combination of like technology and kind of regulation. And then also, as far as consumers protecting themselves, I was also at a bank before I was at Cash App, and one of the things I supported was Zelle. And if you know, Zelle's tagline is often like only send to customers that you know and trust. So I think the customer education piece is like a big thing. When you're sending a payment, always make sure again that it's someone who you know. And then also to just be suspicious when you get like weird emails from places that are claiming to be government agencies or businesses that are impersonating them, because that's where a lot of the scams come in. So I think that's definitely a piece of it. And also like just checking your statements, because even the law that does apply, if you don't see it for like 100, 200 days, you may not get all your money back. So those are just like, I guess, a few tips I can think of.
Yeah, I think it's an important topic, and just to piggyback a little bit off Shay, we're from similar companies. Self-help plays a huge role. Understanding that once you press send, it's digital cash in a way, and so really knowing who you're interacting with, having an appreciation of the environment and the fact that there are a ton of scams out there, that's big. But also firms have a role to play. Right, there are expectations that policymakers have of firms and the fail-safes that they're building in to communicate with their customers about the risk and to help guard their customers against some of those risks. And the unique thing I think from a legal and public policy perspective there is in responding to consumer protection issues, you can create other kinds of risks in a technology context. And I'll give you an example. Obviously, fraud is something that everybody's trying to guard against, invest in detection capabilities and responding to fraud and making customers whole where appropriate. But in combating those threats, sometimes you have to use advanced technology. And, in the AI context, that technology is not always the most transparent in terms of how it's made its recommendation to the humans for a final determination. And that opacity in the AI context, many might say is problematic. You want AI to be transparent and explainable, is the nature of the discussion right now in public policy circles. What does that mean in the fraud context? Should fraudsters be made aware of how the AI model weighted particular previous transactions to make a recommendation to shut down this transaction? Probably not. And so that complexity is something that, we work with our companies to kind of help them think through. But also in my job, I work with public policy makers to help them understand those dynamics, to help them understand some of the trade-offs that exist and some of the tensions also that exist between different legal frameworks and why companies have to, think, creatively at times. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, no, the other question.
Just a quick question.
Good.
Right top. I D sit.
Hey guys, bits.
Hello, Sean.
Just a quick question on the same subject, Richard. And I'm in cybersecurity as well for a manufacturing company called Fortune Brands. I'm not kind of putting any of you on the spot. Sometimes we have, someone mentioned, technologies advancing at such a rapid clip, and we have certain communities that, whether they're rural, whether they're is age, that are just not able to keep up with technology, and often it seems like the consumer protection laws or even some of just broadly technology laws aren't keeping up with the ability to protect certain communities that are just not aware. Have you guys seen, or is there any discussion in public policy circles of kind of creating more consumer protection friendly laws to protect, our elderly, all of our grandparents out there that are getting, there's consistent level of phishing that's going on about, hey, you were able to pay off this credit card or this loan, right? But at the same time, there's fees that are so insurmountable. I'm not going to come up to people working in financial services. How about the fees and the profits you make off fees that are targeted? I'll let you guys leave that on your own. But there's just I shake your hand. But I just think there's that balance of, are we protecting folks? We're threatening them with $25 a day, but at the same time, we're getting this email that says you really have to pay this. There seems to be a disconnect there and a gap. But I'm just curious if public policy is starting to take up that gap. Thank you.
So this is one of those times where, like, I'm speaking for me, not for Hershey. In my opinion, Congress is old, and that's part of the problem, right? Like, they don't really understand how all of this works, and I'm not trying to be disparaging. It's just kind of a fact. Like, you have the average age in Congress, I think, is over 70. Like, that in and of itself is going to be a hurdle that needs to be gotten over in order for public policy to catch up. You need younger people you need Gen Z, like, no, here are the issues. This is how I use AI day to day. This is how I see it encroaching in my everyday. But if you're not using it, then there's no way to practically understand what you need to regulate, right? So in my opinion, that's one of the first big hurdles, is to reduce the age of the average congressperson who can then respond to those needs. But that's just me.
I can add in really quick there. So from a public policy perspective, age notwithstanding, these conversations are there. In the Senate, they've had a couple of hearings and a few different committees about old age scams or elderly scams. Also, how to say this delicately, in the previous administration, the CFPB was focused on scams amongst elderly customers. And, I would say that in general, when you talk about technology, it is difficult for the regulations to keep up. However, the octogenarians in Congress, in their infinite wisdom, have afforded the regulators with flexible tools. And those flexible tools often, and again, this is subject to some debate, afford regulators with some discretion about things that they're focused on. And things like scams have received a lot of attention under some of those flexible statutes. The Dodd-Frank Act created one of those powerful tools, the UDAP provision, which empowers the CFPB to go after entities that they think have acted unfairly, deceptively, or abusively in the context of financial services. FTC has similar statutory empowerment. And so, there are flexible tools to deal with some of the risks that technology presents to all different communities, including the elderly. And it is a public policy discussion globally, elder scams, as well as scams more broadly. So, I think that but the underpinning of your question is, right, like, how is it that public policy and regulatory space can actually, like, really stay in front of some of these threats? I think it's too much to ask, I think, for the government to stay right in line with the speed of technology. I think the DeepSeek occurrence a few weeks back showed us how quickly things are moving, and just AI is just one example. I think there's also been 3 quantum chips announced in the past 3-4 months from different big tech firms. So it's private sector's moving quickly, but in defense of, I think, the government apparatus and some of the statutes that have been erected to deal with uncertainty, there is that kind of flexibility, and industry has a lot of opinions about how that flexibility is leveraged. But statutes have empowered the different authorities, both at the federal and state level, to deal with some of that uncertainty that technology brings and some of the risks that as they evolve. And so those tools are there. I think it's incumbent on the public to ensure that their representatives are focused on those issues.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that, I haven't done a ton with elder abuse, but it actually is an area under like BSA AML kind of regulation where there is additional responsibility in the elder context. And this is a kind of a newer area to me, but there are across states, and I think that's part of the challenge too. It's a patchwork too of like state level laws, but states also have adult protective services like agencies that do actually require some reporting. And most of the companies I've represented or worked for also have elder abuse task forces or like vulnerable populations where they are thinking internally about these topics and oftentimes within industries. So in the banking industry, like the largest banks get together and think about it too, as well as like payments and fintech companies too. So, yeah, so I will say like there is, to Fabrice's point again, there are some frameworks that are being leveraged. But the reality is that, I mean, scams actually, I've seen some studies where elders don't always look that different from sometimes Gen Z with certain scams too. So I think it's just really still, we need to develop a better framework, but there are tools, like Fabrice said, that can be used kind of in the interim.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I add is kind of the unintended consequences of regulation now, because now, I mean, administrative law fans, you have the Loper Bright decision now where, you may have in the past, agencies were there to fill in the gaps, but now agencies may not want to fill in the gap because, I mean, just given what's going on and given the Supreme Court decision, as if someone don't like that, they can challenge it and, they're not afforded any deference. So they may have well-intentioned effects there, but if, Company A comes along and disagree with them, they could challenge it and probably be successful.
Yeah, so just building off this, I think this is the next question is related to your question broadly. So this is just your personal opinion. Do not speak on behalf of the company. How do you think, because we talked about elder law, talking about people being in the Congress, to being older. How can, in your personal opinion, don't speak on behalf of your companies, how can tech be more inclusive in your opinion? So it's really broad. So you could go from the elder, sex, gender, race, however you want to answer the question.
So like, I think across, one of the things that I think levels the playing field, right? And really, we talk about like making the world flat, is truly giving all segments and sectors of the world internet access, like broadband internet access, right? Because what that does is open up this world of knowledge that is now accessible to people who otherwise did not have access to those tools. And like, to me, education is the foundation of all things inclusive, right? So, and if you think about it, that's kind of how all things oppressive operate, is to keep you from knowing stuff so that you will do what they say, right? So the more that you can open up a knowledge sector, the more that I think you are on the path to becoming more inclusive. So I think the first thing is, can you get broadband internet to all areas of the earth? And I don't know if that's possible. That's a question for Fabrice and people smarter than me. But like, that's where I would start. And then I think the second thing is understanding that AI is only as smart as the stuff that it trains on, right? So bad data in is bad data out, no matter how you slice it. I tell people that all the time. Don't automate bad process, because all it's going to do is make it automatic. Like, so knowing and understanding that, one of the things that was really cool at 3M, when we were training one of the AI models, we hooked me up and a scientist up to some brainwave thing. In retrospect, I don't know if that was a really good idea, but whatever. But we did it anyway, and we played Erykah Badu to see how our brainwaves responded to R&B. And it was totally different, right? Like, but that in and of itself set off what I wanted my teams to understand, which was, for different people's cultural backgrounds, the same data is going to be processed totally different, right? So as you're talking about AI being inclusive, you have got to bring all of those perspectives into your data training and those data models. And I think that's kind of the big gap that I've been seeing just from seeing this industry grow, is there's not enough perspective that's built into the training of the data model itself in order to make it more inclusive with its output. So.
Yeah. So building off of that, the policy and legal environment, I think, play a huge role here in terms of the product offerings. I think we could talk about the tech industry inclusivity. That's a longer conversation. But I think from a product perspective, the role of the law in public policy is really critical here. And, there's a historical basis for this. And, again, back to kind of tech neutral laws and regulations, what applies in analog world is going to apply in the digital world, vis-a-vis things like truth in lending, vis-a-vis things like accounting for bias in your data sets, and ensuring that your automated tools don't bake those in and amplify some of those biases and scale them, given the digital delivery mechanisms that exist. And so, firms are required to be very intentional about those things. And, the processes, like you indicated, Lauren, that exist around product development, marketing, customer service, and responsiveness, those types of things are baked in because of the law. The tech is going to do what the tech is going to do it without kind of the guardrails of the law and policy environment. And so, I think to all those out there that care about kind of making sure that technology products in particular remain inclusive, it's definitely an ongoing discussion and debate. It always has been, I think, with technological innovators. I think the evidence is pretty clear that law and public policy have made sure that firms keep these things in mind, and exercise, due kind of concern for those outcomes, and invest in the systems and personnel to ensure that those outcomes are fair. And so I think that it is an ongoing discussion. It is, I think, an ongoing struggle in the marketplace, especially given some of the disparities that we all are familiar with, right? Being social engineers here, but I think it's incumbent on all of us, just as citizens, to ensure that our elected officials and the arms of our government are awake to these circumstances and ensure that again, fair outcomes predominate.
Yeah, definitely echo everything said about the regulatory piece. But I would also say too that technology is itself a disruptor that can often provide more access. I've worked at a traditional bank versus a fintech company, and a lot of like what the fintech space has done is use different and oftentimes more inclusive models to offer access to people who are unbanked or underbanked for various reasons, like your credit score. So that there are certain products that people who are unbanked or underbanked have been able to access outside of like a traditional bank. And it's also sometimes forced banks to say, hey, let's offer sort of more competitive products, for people who may be, again, unbanked or sort of underbanked too. I do think that regulation is important for putting more of the guardrails around that too. But I think as you innovate, and I think also Block that I work for, Square really started because the founders were trying to find an easy way for small businesses to be able to accept payments. So they got that little Square reader that you can attach to your smartphone. And that ended up being a way to give access to really like anyone. So today, like when you are, trying to buy from like the smallest business, a lot of times you're like, do you take payments? And they just put out their phone. So I think also there is that innovation, but as the innovation expands, I think that's especially where regulation is important to like make sure that it's expanding fairly.
Yeah, and this one kind of can. I have a question. So, yeah, I mean, one of the points I was just going to add is it comes down to having a seat at the table. I know it's easier said than done, but if in theory, if everyone who has an interest or can be affected by something are at the table together, all voices can be heard. But again, easier said than done.
Hi, morning.
Morning.
My name is Diya Johnson. I'm currently a senior at Howard University undergrad. Oh, so I graduated today, but I know you guys mentioned like Gen Z and how it's kind of up to us. I just wanted to know regarding that and going into tech world, what specifically should I, as a prospect law student, coming up to what should I be researching? What should I be stay up to date on? And especially since from '08 to now, obviously there's so many changes. So you wanted to know, like, as to just coming up into work, what should I be researching? And how should I research it also too?
Oh, Damarr, it lists.
Yeah.
Take that off.
I mean, that's a true statement. Just to put a real example on it. When we graduated law school in the first law office I went to, one of the biggest tech issue was the change from word perfect to words. I mean, that was that was. I mean, you had the older guard in there was losing their mind that they were about to get rid of word perfect and replace it with a word. But I'd always grew up on words, so that was it. But we got through it, and here we are now. But
Won't he do it?
Yes, yeah.
But I mean, just in general, I would say be open to all areas of the law. I mean, it's one of those things you don't know what you don't like until either you have some experience in it, and you never know what's come up. When I was in law school, I wanted to be a labor employment lawyer. I mean, that's all I knew. I mean, you would have said something about benefits, tax. I would have said you don't know what you're talking about, and now that's what I'm in. But I mean, as far as material, and I let the panel chime in too. I mean, now there's so much information out there. It's almost like you have to be calculated in like what information you're reading and what taking it with a grain of salt. I mean, as Fabrice everything I read. I mean, my big thing is like Mythbusters. I mean, when I see stuff out there, I assume it's false until I can verify it from something else. So just be careful of that. But I mean, you have newspapers, you have people in the field, you have elected officials, policy people. I mean, it's kind of a whole gambit. I mean, something personally I do. I mean, I like sports, I like politics, and then I also like my benefits field too. So I have a Twitter account, and I mean, I follow like the reporters that report on issues that I'm interested in, and then the bloggers who also, report on various issues. And I mean, social media, you kind of can get the real time aspect of it versus like traditional print. Someone compile a story and it may undergo edits, or by the time it's published, it may be outdated. So open to all material and just take everything with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'd say too, definitely having conversations with people in industry that you're interested in. I've had people, hustle students like email me on LinkedIn or something, and just kind of ask if they could have a conversation with me. I think if you're interested in certain technologies, look into the companies, because especially if they're publicly traded companies, they have to release a 10K, 8K, other securities documents. And so you can read those and learn more about the company. That's something I would do when I was interviewing for positions. When I interviewed for Block as a publicly traded company, I could look at their 10K. You learn a lot about, what is their business strategy? What are their regulatory issues? What kind of legal issues are they dealing with? So there's a lot of that kind of information out there. And I think too, just being like curious about technology as well too, and like how it works. And then, from there, you can get connected to people who may be involved in that technology, especially in the legal profession. They can give you some other tips. And then the last thing I'd say too is as many diverse experiences as you could get from an internship or other perspective. One thing I wish I did was do more internships when I was in law school. But, if you can, where you can see things from the government sector, whether that's federal or state government, the private sector, whether that's at a company or a law firm, those are all opportunities to like get your feet wet.
Just couple quick ones for me. One on topic, one on tool. So topic, I think, I've been learning more about something called AI agents recently. And I'll just say this. I think everybody should probably learn a little bit of computer science. And I think that would be helpful. And this is speaking, I'm not a Luddite at all. But I was not interested in computer science. I'm still growing in my interest in computer science. But I think that going forward, right, people in your position who are, going to be graduating soon, going out into the working world or owning your own business, I think having that exposure, I think is going to be important. And, I think so some computer science as a topic. And then relatedly, tool, I think using AI chatbots as a learning tool, I think is a very interesting experience. To be clear, AI Chatbots still hallucinate just like a metric ton all the time, but they're getting better. They're getting, more coherent and more useful. And those AI agents I mentioned to you are are going to be pervasive. And so I think preparing for that future state now is great. And you can do that by playing with those AI tools, the consumer AI tools that, you may have heard about and used in the past couple of years. Interrogate them, use them to help you learn about computer science or whatever it is topic that, you think might be useful, cyber, privacy, just data security, whatever it is. They can produce data and useful tidbits for you that you can take as you're preparing for an interview, that you can use as you're writing a business plan, that you can use in studying for the bar. Whatever it is, those tools can be helpful to getting a ton of information, spitting it back to you in a streamlined fashion, in an organized way that's really helpful to retention. And so, I think that topic and those set of tools could be helpful to you in whatever it is you face.
Yeah, I echo Fabrice's thoughts on the tools, right? You can't possibly know what you're up against unless you're using tools. So fun fact, I was negligent in getting Shawana my bio. So the bio in your program, I threw it into Chat GPT. I'm not even joking. I gave Chat GPT my resume. I was like, write a bio real quick. And I sent it to her. Should have read it. It's trash, but it's fine. So now you know, right? You can't just rely on AI. So use my bio relative to everybody else's as your lesson. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave it in there. And that will be our learning for today. This is why you can't just leave AI unattended, right? So now we know that's a good example of why you have got to train your own tools. But the flip side of that is, and this is a true story, we lived in Denver for 3 years. We moved back here about a year and a half ago. We got caught up in a moving scam. All of our stuff got stolen. So you were both lawyers, so we are still like fighting it. But in planning out our lawsuit, I used Claude. I was like, I'm going to train a Claude bot to write all of our complaints and all of our filings. It just settled. I'm feeling real good. So I'll be out tonight celebrating that with my friends. Nice. So we'll be in the club and it'll be great. But that was like a fun thing. But like I had to train that bot, right? Like Claude and I were in it for like 6 months of me just like, no, it shouldn't look like this. You're missing this. And I'm a consumer attorney, so I know what it's supposed to look like. But that was super helpful, especially in a time that was really stressful. And I knew I didn't have the focus to be able to just write a complaint on my own. So, and my wife is also a Howard grad. She is also a litigator. I don't know why they contested this. Anyway, but we used like AI tools to help us through just getting those drafts and all the things that you're probably going to miss when you're super stressed out and you're in the middle of a litigation and you're trying to manage all this other stuff. Claude was dope. It really was. So that's my AI tool plug. I think it's very useful, but also please don't write your bio with AI.
Oh, and I'm just going to add on, stay curious and stay open because we chaos is some years ago, the iPhone came out from the campus and that changed everything. So also, catch the year that we had President Obama. I don't think anybody else. And we're sort of happy. But President Trump also had all the video this or that. It will stay open, curious, correct? Let know. I had a comment in the question. You create channel, amazing people. Lawrence College, 2000 household, also employed, Section 2, also employed by a 225-year-old tech company.
Please don't believe in anything. I heard a little bit about how AI is being used in your daily practice, but I want to hear more about that. Like, how are you using AI? And how do you envision AI being used in your role? And how can new lawyers, old lawyers, protect their jobs using AI?
I'll just start off with, speaking for lawyers are, to be honest, lawyers are self-preservationists. They're going to protect themselves. So I feel like they're not going to let too much AI get in to affect their job. It may be someone that's a non-lawyer that's going to be a disruptor and try to change that. But I think, all intents and purposes, lawyers going to band together to keep AI within its lane.
Yeah, like I said earlier, being an accidental tech lawyer, I am often actually not up on like using a ton of the technology unless I need to for sort of my job and like things like payments. But I did actually I am interested in sort of like thinking more about how we can use it responsibly. I think it goes back some to what Lauren was saying. I did attend like a DC bar training they had about use of AI kind of in the legal profession. So they kind of were addressing some principles. So, and I will say I have a journalism background too, so facts are kind of important. So when I like, see Gemini like say something that I know is really false, like I know the technology is getting there. So I think from my perspective, I'm just more watching things, but I'm not using it probably as much as some other people maybe.
So Lawrence, is it? Nah, I've known Cosby since we were children. I think in the enterprise, especially in financial services space, Lawrence, as you know, there's some limited use cases. Enterprises need to be careful with these tools, just given some of the, let's call it, volatility in the regulatory environment around some of these topics. So primarily, I think at the company there are some internal facing use cases. In terms of like Gen AI as a co-pilot, just like what it sounds like, somebody, look at that, something that's there just to, give you a boost, but always something that should be kind of interrogated and, you have to apply critical thinking. But the use cases are limited. I think, where things are going is very interesting in terms of AI in the enterprise. And I think there's going to be, certainly in the financial services context, I don't want to say infinite, but there are going to be a broad array of uses of AI in any business context. And it is going to reduce task lists, I would say, for existing roles, which I think if you take it to its logical extension, is probably going to trim the headcount in certain business units, I would say. I think, there used to be a profession called lamplighter, right? Before there was a light bulb. And so, technology is going to do its thing. And there are going to be labor force implications. But to the young lady's question, those that I think understand that context, those that understand how those tools are going to operate are going to be the winners in the new kind of enterprise environment. And so, I use AI more in my personal capacity and my personal time. Again, the use cases inside the enterprise are more limited. And so I don't get to use it as much in that context because there's a lot of, let's just say, regulatory compliance planning that's underway in order to eventually be able to develop and deploy these tools at scale. But where things are going is, pretty interesting. There are going to be, like I said, reduced task lists. AI agents are going to be able to interact with the world on your behalf. And that's going to have a lot of interesting opportunities. And there are also a lot of interesting risks that come with that. And I think, all of us as, economic actors are going to have to be kind of, cognizant of the risks and opportunities of these tools. And, to Seyi's point, which is excellent, really keep in mind responsibility and what some of the externalities are, not only for yourself and your own kind of personal privacy and things like that, but also of, your employer or, if you own your business. So, they call it kind of socio-technical. This AI discussion is always labeled that way, is because what we do to AI affects the development of the technology, and the technology also affects us as humans and our society. And so, keeping that context in mind is going to be critical as these tools proliferate. But it really kind of starts from a place of responsibility. Responsible AI is something that you'll hear from a lot of enterprises, and it's for a reason, is because these tools are powerful. And I think anybody that's going to be using it in an enterprise context is going to be well-trained, is going to be AI literate, and going to be trained by their enterprise to really understand the potential, yes, but also the risks and how to mitigate those risks in the business context that they're operating in.
Sure. Yeah, I think I'll answer it in two ways, right? Like external, how do I think it's going to impact right business going forward and how we do business, and then also just day to day, right? So from the day to day, the biggest uses of AI for me personally are how to take the legalese out of stuff when I'm telling my teams what not to do, right? So I need to make this super easy, digestible, like for a 4-year-old so that they will listen and do what I'm saying, right? So AI is great for that. I literally just talk into my little app, it translates, we send it out. And that is such a time saver. I don't need 75 people to look at this draft or this paragraph that I just need to send out. And it reduces, to Fabrice's point, so much time and so much energy spent and resource allocation for something that is a pretty generic and simple task. Externally, when you're talking about AI agents and bots and things, I think the biggest sectors that will be impacted would be manufacturing for sure, and farming, right? So those are the two areas where I think AI has such great potential if we can use it responsibly. But then you're talking about, like I said, in those far reaches of the world, catapulting them into the 21st century from where they are. Like you're taking them out of the Stone Age into just high tech overnight, right? And so what does that look like from an environmental perspective? Because AI is the largest consumer of energy on Earth, right? So how do we make sure that we're doing that responsibly? How do we reduce our carbon footprint in other areas to allow for that expansion of technology? Like all of those things are really important discussions that are being had, that Hershey is at the table having, along with just the fintech sector, right? How do we see AI reducing both of our overhead costs, but also our footprint in the world? And how do we do that in a responsible way so that we all have an Earth to continue to live on going forward? So,
Your name is Essential Relief. Charlie Bing, Section 2. I'm going to follow the hustle trend with a comment and a question. My comment is I use AI full day work and in my personal life. And I work big UPA. And you don't want to become your parents where you're asking for help on the ear, or the other generation. You absolutely shouldn't be playing around in your scared kind that the AI is going to make your life easy. I was telling Fabrice, my son, he's 13 years old. We got book publishing coming in, but I've taught him how to he use Chat GPT. He just took off and running with it and has a whole chapter book. He's a Chat GPT and just put in his characters and tweaking it. So my advice to all of the young attorneys or sort of being attorneys is make sure you're using AI and you're learning kind of all the uses for it. That will also add value as you go into your place of employment. If values AI you display, they'll probably ask you to deliver a training. Question: given the current political environment, and Lauren, you mentioned something that I don't think many people realize, like is AI data centers. They're technically placed to minority natives. They take up a lot of space. They use a lot of energy, but they don't offer many jobs because it's a self-sufficient to run a data center. With that in mind, Fabrice, it sounds like we need a lot more of you in the room helping to educate policymakers because, as you said, the average age is 70-something. So for those students who you've made their job, they would like to work on the policy side. Again, we all graduated in 2008, and these changes in the pathway is different. But from your experience, from each of you, because I think policy impacts us all, what would you recommend a student should do to kind of make sure that they end up in that space where they have an impact on the policy, enforcing the policies that are going to go with these technologies?
Yeah, I'll give that a crack. Great question. I think that it's about participation. And so, when I was in Congress, we would meet with people from all over the world who were concerned about whatever it was they were concerned about. if you are somebody in that community that's being impacted by the development of this energy sucking, infrastructure, and you don't like it, you have to pick up the phone. It's an old adage on the Hill and in other places that democracy is not a spectator sport. You kind of have to hold your elected officials accountable. And so, with your own learning and your own concerns, just based off your daily life, you can be engaged in, as just a citizen. You don't need to, be like me and spend, 11 years on Capitol Hill to be involved in influencing the conversation. You have so many tools now. I mean, all the TikTok and all, I'm aging myself. But you have all these tools to start and continue a conversation. And sometimes that's all it takes to really boost engagement around a particular issue that really matters to yourself, your family, your community. So there's so many different ways to skin that cat, but just know that the people that are sent to Washington or whatever state house it is and wherever state you're from, they work for you. And, it's really, but despite the fact that they work for you, it's incumbent on you to hold them accountable, to make sure that they know the things that you care about, to make sure they know that you have problems and you expect them to address them, or at least to try. And so, the first thing to do is, educate yourself. The second thing to do is, pick up a tool. Is it a phone? Is it a letter you want to write to your elected official? Do you want to go and visit them in person and have a meeting, and share your perspective? You can do that, by the way, not just in Washington at the Capitol. You could do it locally. All of your elected officials have district offices. So that's House and Senate. That's also your local state House delegates or representatives and state senators. Like, hold those people to account. The process doesn't work quickly, but I guarantee you this, it won't work at all without the perspective of those who are being impacted. And even worse, decisions will get made without that perspective that impact you, and you didn't have a chance to influence that direction of travel. It is a messy game. And I talk to a lot of people who are really disaffected about politics, especially nowadays. But the messiness notwithstanding, history has shown us that, things can happen when people raise their voice. And so, it may not be quick, but over time, that's kind of how it works. And so, I think the short answer to your question, Charlie, is just engagement, lift your voice, right? And there's no opportunity too small to do that. Do it in your own way, do it in whatever way, your time permits. But that engagement is critical, either from you or, if you don't have the time, some group you're a part of, is it a civic group? Is it a fraternity or sorority? Is it a business group that you're affiliated with? There's so many different ways for you to get engaged and share your perspective so that policy is not made without it. And so that's I think the best way to do it is just go ahead and step up and don't be afraid to raise your voice. That's it's just a part of our civic responsibility.
Yeah, echo the involvement theme. Because I think when it comes to just policy or just any sort of goals, like, I think it's kind of one step at a time. And then you look back and see, wow, this is where I ended up. I know when I first started practicing, like, I thought I wanted to do litigation because I like to write. So I thought I could do briefs or whatever. Hated it. But I think it's like when I finally realized, like, I want to do payments, I was like, my goal was I just want to be an expert in this space. So how can I get those kinds of opportunities? So again, talking to people, taking certain projects. So I think from a professional perspective too, if there's an issue that you're really interested in, find a way to start getting involved, even if it's small. Like, because I started off in like a litigation group. And so I had to lobby to get into the work I wanted to do. And I had a mentor who was a bad mentor at my firm, but he became managing partner and he felt like he owed me. So there was an attorney who came back after the financial crisis, he had been at the firm years before. He came back as counsel made partner. So he was like, you need to work with her. So that was how I ended up, he taught me all the consumer banking regulations because he was an expert in that. So I think too, taking every opportunity you could get, even if you're not where you want to be right there, how can I like advance where I am based on getting involved somehow professionally, even if it's just conversations, and then each step you take will get you closer to your goal.
Yeah, just Oh, piggybacking a little bit off what Fabrice said. One of the things Dean Smoke, one of the things he used to say was all politics is local. I mean, it's a short statement, but when it boils down to it, all politics is really local. And just using a real kind of constituent example, one time I had an issue with an unnamed federal agency that it was more so administrative, but it was evolve into something much more bigger than it needed to do. So I couldn't get through to the agency. So I contacted the my federal senator, his constituent services office, and told him like what's going on. All they asked me to do was like fill out PII form, and the issue was resolved within a week. And I from that point on, I said, the guy had my vote for the rest of, as long as he's supposed to run, and I will always vote for him.
Can I just yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that. Don't think that your role if you're not directly in policy, you can't impact policy, right? So I would say always look for the opportunity to make a difference no matter where you are. Then I think coming to Howard and graduating from this law school empowers you to do that, right? So like all of my roles have been commercial. I am not a do-gooder, I'm out here for the money, that's it. Right. But I have found myself in these roles where I can make a difference, so I do, right? So don't be pigeonholed by the title or by the position. Always look for the opportunity to make a difference where you can. And what I will say is I have never, while you might encounter resistance, I've never been completely opposed, right? So there's always somebody quietly in your corner when you're doing the right thing that will champion that thing, even if you can't see that they are pushing for you. So just continue to push, because you will be in a unique position to make a change and make a difference. So do that wherever you are.
Question.
Okay. My name is Nancy Johnson. I'm a government attorney, but I'm here in my own personal capacity, not speaking for the government at all. I'm going to refer to the agency, and it's not the one I work for. I am the class of 1993, so we're still out here. Section 3. But my first point on the trend of making a comment and all the involvement that you guys suggest in your own politics as individual citizens, think about the fact that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is pretty much effectively shuttered at this point. Attorneys are just sitting at their desks, looking at their computers if they're sitting there, because they cannot work. So that protection for elder abuse or whatever regulatory protections that they did provide, we need to be paying attention and advocating on behalf of something them in that space for them not being completely shut down. Second point, and I'd love your presentation. I could probably ask about 6 or 7 questions, but I'll just ask one. I have a panel next week I'm going to moderate on digital agriculture. And I was thinking more than Visual was saying, and I know you're very commercial, but my law is coming to, how does this impact a small Black farmer? Like, they're taking their data, taking their information, sharing it globally, profiting from it, and not giving back to those small farmers.
Yes. So you've hit on a subject that is close to home, Shawan. I will tell you. So every company I've been at, I've tried to start a Black farming program, right? Just on principle for that exact reason. And some of them have been successful, some of them have not. I think the interesting thing, the intersection of ESG, data, climate, all of those things is basically that it boils down to, in particular, Native American groups and Black farming is the purest form of farming, right? And so it doesn't have any of the inputs that lead to things that are bad for the climate. And so now there is a shift we are seeing globally where a lot of countries, governments, institutions, industries that otherwise would not have been interested in these farming sectors are now very interested in those farming practices. So I think from a digitalization perspective, it is incumbent on us and me, if I'm in a position where I can impact it, to put those protections in place to make sure that those farmers have access to the same consumer and commercial opportunities that every other big white farm has always had, right? Because that's what USDA is trying to rectify.
I don't work for them either.
Yeah, no, this is your... But that's been the challenge in the United States. And so one of the things that I think is a really dope opportunity is for the HBCU to reach across the diaspora, right? It's such a great framework and model for minority farming communities, right? That you've got this educational sector that is agrarian in most of its teaching, right? If you think about all the HBCUs, most of them are in the South, and most of them focus on some segment of agriculture. And if it's not ag, it's tech, or it's both. And so I think if you can put a program in place that allows for the HBCU to then champion those data protection roles, right, and allows for corporate to then tap into that network and reach across the entirety of the diaspora, that's probably the best way to protect all of those interests globally.
Sounds good. Is anybody working on that?
I'm trying.
You have another question? Dane section, class.
I, Shawana Skinnon, class of 08, section 2, just. I apologize if this has already been addressed. I came in late, but I want to get back to the you were talking about how AI is basically just everywhere in all industries, in our professional and our personal lives. So for my, profession, he had lawyer, did little patents, databases, we all know that the product that you bid out is only as good as the data that is being put in. And in the beginnings of the AI, rage, we were talking about the biases in the data. And I haven't heard a lot recently about that. So has it changed? Have we got better, or is it something still you need to be very mindful of?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a crack at that one. Great question. I think that when it comes to predictive AI, some of the AI that's been in deployment in financial services and other spaces for a while, the bias conversation is almost where the policy discussion started. Here's this great tool, but it's a black box and it can do bad things. Let's watch out. Again, applying existing law, not even technology specific law, but old things from the 60s and beyond. I do think that the conversation has come to be more broadened. If you look at the policy debates underway right now, it's broadened from bias to things like privacy, cybersecurity, overall general kind of governance and risk management, and then because of the conference we're at, a lot of IP issues at play, right, that you mentioned. So it really is broader. And I would just say bias has not gone away as a focal point. I'd say that what I've seen is you almost have granular experts in all of these lanes. So AI is this interdisciplinary kind of thing from a, I think, legal and public policy perspective. It has all these different components. It poses all these different kinds of risks that all need continuous monitoring over the AI development lifecycle. And so, I found that, and at PayPal, this is what we have. We have an AI governance committee, responsible AI committee, and you have different experts from across the business that all come together to really kind of troubleshoot any issues and do planning. And so bias is something that we talk about a lot, and it's, the law requires us to do so and make sure that, any of the outputs that result from any of these automated tools have that in mind. But I agree with you. Like, I think it has broadened significantly since the conversation, the public policy conversation began in earnest sometime, middle 2010s. It's, I think, post ChatGPT, privacy and cybersecurity and governance have definitely been more at the forefront. But the bias component is still very active. I think from a lot of firms' perspective, it's something that is an important problem. It must be addressed, but it's also something that, because of the nature of the law and things like ECOA in the United States is one example, firms have to comply with these no matter what technology is employed. And so I think there's a comfort level with addressing some of those concerns thanks to that older law, and that the privacy patchwork was mentioned. And I think that the the newer focus on things like privacy, security, I think it has to do with the fact that those legal frameworks may need some adjustment in light of where things have come with the tools themselves. And so I think that's a part of why you may be hearing in the environment that it's slightly less of a focal point, but it's still no less important as an overall set of deliverables of AI governance. It's right there with everything else. You have to tick all of those boxes in your design and deployment of these tools. It's non-negotiable.
You got time for one more question. You have any? Okay.
There's
Like the internet, the sexual wedge, and is I do the very answer. Yeah. So my question is, given you stand up and you step towards that side, given how fast AI is evolving, born the week twice every few years along, what type of policies is quickly it could from the United States to?
Yeah.
So what kind of policies would I recommend to govern AI?
Fix it, man.
Fix it. No, I think this is a global discussion. First of all, I'll start there. This is a global moment for humanity. This is bigger than the United States. This is a major kind of transition point for the human race, having these tools around. And so what you have is governments around the world that are like, man, this is really cool. Also, man, this is really scary. And so people are looking at it from both of those angles. Like, okay, what's the promise? What's the potential? But also what's the peril? And it's a difficult set of determinations. There aren't really easy answers in terms of here's where you should draw all the lines. And it's, I'll say, complicated by the fact that there are geopolitical implications to the development of this technology. Okay, let's just say that the nation states are looking at AI as an opportunity to advance their position. And so that's going to bleed into the public policy conversation. But, AI is the general purpose technology. And, as such, you don't want to go too deep in saying this tech is bad. This is, it's like the whole Ferraris don't kill people kind of thing. It's like, let's erect a set of guardrails to govern how people conduct themselves with the Ferrari, and let's not outlaw Ferraris. And so I think that you're going to see some of that in the AI space. The good news is that, as I've stated, there are existing laws that are technology neutral that already apply to the use of AI tools already. And I also mentioned earlier, there's a lot of discretionary law that can apply, frankly, if the regulators choose to focus on a particular issue. But there are some adjustments that do need to be made to the law. Again, I think in the privacy and security space, and generally in the risk management and governance space, a lot of that stuff has been the bailiwick of corporate law and state law, et cetera. But some of that's bleeding into the federal legal framework as well. But, again, extrapolating out from the U.S., every jurisdiction around the world is looking at these topics and trying to figure out the right balance between how you leverage those tools for good and economic development and empowering your people to, be more productive, and balancing and guarding against the risks. There's no way that they're going to eliminate risks from the use of these tools. Full stop. It's impossible. But what you're going to see most likely is jurisdictions make hard choices about how to, let's say, encourage the private sector to develop tools that are responsible, and to internalize the risks of those tools as best as they can. I like to make the analogy to financial services, and you look at something like capital regulation. Bank regulators want banks to lend responsibly and to not lend to, let's say, too risky clients or to business models that are overly risky. And if they do, they want them to account for it by holding more in reserves, right? Just in case things go south, they've got a cushion. And that protects not only the bank and their stakeholders, but that protects society at large, right? From financial stability events, which are destabilizing to the economy. And so you have a loan, but all of a sudden that goes all the way to destabilizing an economy and people losing jobs. It's externalities that I think governments want to prevent, negative externalities. And so you're going to see guardrails erected so that enterprises are more responsible. And there are a lot of self-regulatory frameworks that already apply and are already being used by a lot of the developers and deployers of AI. But that's going to be more on the books. That's going to be more required by firms at the state and federal and international level. And those guardrails are going to be making sure that your privacy is accounted for, making sure that there's security by design, that those things are thought about before those tools get out there and scale and create all kinds of problems. And they're going to make sure that enterprises really invest in robust risk management and processes, first, second, third line, that kind of thing, so that the folks that are using and deploying these tools are held accountable. Regulation is inescapable, I think. And it's just really about, as a developer, deployer of the technology, are you prepared to make those investments? And are you cognizant of the risks that they pose? And regulators are really, I think, trying to learn. But they're not saying, no, this is terrible, do not use this. What they're saying is, if you use it, here are the risks, have you managed them? And I think you're going to see laws that kind of focus enterprises on those questions.
I think there also has to be, just from like the humanities perspective, an evolution that we make as people, understanding and respecting boundaries, right? So right now, we're coming out of a pretty heavy cancel culture. We have, I think, two very extreme political factions that are both screaming more or less about the same thing, wanting to be heard, wanting to have their perspectives respected, right? But not understanding that when you operate in extreme ways, you impact everybody else. So I think one of the things that will lead to responsible AI use is understanding your blast radius, right? What happens if you misuse this tool? You can really detrimentally impact a lot of people. And I think that's one thing where the young lady was asking what you can do coming out of school. One of the things that I think Gen Z can work on is understanding how you impact the world and not just yourself, right? So these tools are far-reaching. You now have the internet that can get to places that you physically cannot reach. That all has implications. And so if you are out here doing things and saying stuff and using tools in a way that is detrimental to your fellow man, that has serious implications. And that's one of the things that I think as a society, and I mean this in a global society sense, we need to be better about, is understanding how we are impacting each other in a negative and positive way. And once that awareness sets in, I think an evolution will take place where we will get to a place where everybody understands, don't go out and murder somebody. Are you going to have some outliers? Yes. But generally speaking, we all understand that is not a thing that we should do. So I think that's part of the evolution that will come with AI. And I think it's incumbent upon commercial entities and private institutions to lead in that effort. So
Set.